Menjadi pendidik bukan profesi semata, melainkan cita-cita. Kebahagiaan itu ada saat diri ini mampu memberi makna. Di sini, kami menyatukan hati menata pikiran untuk menjadi agen perubahan. Terus menerpa diri, kutajamkan pikiran dan aku yakini masa depan pendidikan bangsa akan cemerlang. Kota Malang merupakan salah satu kota terbesar di Jawa Timur yang berada di antara Gunung Semeru dan Gunung Bromo. Terdapat lebih dari 80 perguruan tinggi baik negeri ataupun swasta yang saat ini ada di kota yang memiliki suasana yang nyaman dan udara yang sejuk ini. Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan merupakan salah satu fakultas unggulan yang menjadi bagian dari Universitas Negeri Malang, The Learning University. Didirikan pada tahun 1954 sebagai bagian dari Perguruan Tinggi Pendidikan Guru atau PTBG Malang. Dan sejak 4 Agustus 1999, Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan IKIP Malang telah menjadi Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan. Memiliki 3 kampus utama di 2 kota yang berbeda. Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan dipimpin oleh dekan dan dibantu oleh 3 wakil dekan. Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan memiliki visi dan misi yaitu dalam rangka melaksanakan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan bersama program studi telah menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak baik dalam maupun luar negeri. Saat ini, 85% program studi S1, S2, dan S3 di Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan telah terakreditasi A oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi atau BANPT. Mahasiswa Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan dibina oleh dosen profesional dengan kualifikasi magister, doktor, serta profesor. Dalam rangka melaksanakan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan telah melaksanakan penelitian dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat dengan menghasilkan karya baik tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Ilmu Pendidikan saat ini memiliki program studi jurusan Bimbingan dan Konseling, program studi S1 Bimbingan dan Konseling, S2 Bimbingan dan Konseling, S3 Bimbingan dan Konseling, jurusan Teknologi Pendidikan, program studi S1 Teknologi Pendidikan, S2 Teknologi Pembelajaran, S3 Teknologi Pembelajaran, jurusan Administrasi Pendidikan, program studi S1 Administrasi Pendidikan, S2 Manajemen Pendidikan, S3 Manajemen Pendidikan. Jurusan Pendidikan Luar Sekolah. Program studi S1 Pendidikan Luar Sekolah, S2 Pendidikan Luar Sekolah, S3 Pendidikan Luar Sekolah. Jurusan Kependidikan Sekolah Dasar dan Prasekolah. Program studi S1 Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar, S1 Pendidikan Guru Pendidikan Anak Usia Dini, S2 Pendidikan Anak Usia Dini. Jurusan Pendidikan Luar Biasa. Program studi S1 Pendidikan Luar Biasa, S2 Pendidikan Khusus. Aktivitas perkuliahan dan manajemen didukung dengan fasilitas yang memadai dan menggunakan teknologi masa kini. Ruang kuliah yang cukup, media pembelajaran berbasis TIK, pembelajaran berbasis komputer, akses internet dengan Wi-Fi atau hotspot area, ruang simulasi pendidikan, perpustakaan, dan laboratorium micro-teaching. Untuk melaksanakan kegiatan seminar, pelatihan, dan kegiatan ilmiah lainnya yang disediakan 4 aula besar, yaitu Aula E1, Sport Hall GKB, Aula PP2, dan Aula PP3.
Menjadi bagian dari Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan merupakan suatu hal yang berharga bagi saya. Di Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, saya mendapatkan banyak pelajaran baru, tidak hanya di bidang akademis, tetapi juga di bidang non-akademis.
Berkat dukungan dan doanya, sehingga tim kami dapat memperoleh medali emas pada ajang perlombaan Pekan Ilmiah Mahasiswa Nasional 2019.
Menempa ilmu dalam kelas jelas tak akan cukup. Kesempatan belajar membutuhkan ruang yang lebih. Oleh karena itu, kesempatan belajar terbuka seluas-luasnya melalui program peningkatan skill di berbagai aspek. Pendidikan yang terdidik, santun, berbudi pekerti luhur, serta berinovasi dan kreatif bersama FIP akan mewujudkan insan Indonesia yang cerdas dan berdaya saing. Bersama FIP, ribuan alumni pendidik telah mengabdi, menyebar di seluruh penjuru negeri. Kami percaya ketika kita menyatukan langkah bersama, saatnya menunjukkan pada dunia bahwa kita juga bisa. Menjadi pendidik bukan profesi semata, melainkan cita-cita. Kebahagiaan itu ada saat diri ini mampu memberi makna. Di sini, kami menyatukan hati menata pikiran untuk menjadi agen perubahan. Terus menerpa diri, kutajamkan pikiran dan aku yakini masa depan pendidikan bangsa akan cemerlang. Kota Malang merupakan salah satu kota terbesar di Jawa Timur yang berada di antara Gunung Semeru dan Gunung Bromo. Terdapat lebih dari 80 perguruan tinggi baik negeri ataupun swasta yang saat ini ada di kota yang memiliki suasana yang nyaman dan udara yang sejuk ini. Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan merupakan salah satu fakultas unggulan yang menjadi bagian dari Universitas Negeri Malang, The Learning University. Didirikan pada tahun 1954 sebagai bagian dari Perguruan Tinggi Pendidikan Guru atau PTBG Malang. Dan sejak 4 Agustus 1999, Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan IKIP Malang telah menjadi Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan. memiliki 3 kampus utama di 2 kota yang berbeda. Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan dipimpin oleh dekan dan dibantu oleh 3 wakil dekan. Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan memiliki visi dan misi yaitu dalam rangka melaksanakan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan bersama program studi telah menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak baik dalam maupun luar negeri. Saat ini, 85% program studi S1, S2, dan S3 di Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan telah terakreditasi A oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi atau BANPT. Mahasiswa Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan dibina oleh dosen profesional dengan kualifikasi magister, doktor, serta profesor. Dalam rangka melaksanakan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi, Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan telah melaksanakan penelitian dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat dengan menghasilkan karya baik tingkat nasional maupun internasional. Ilmu Pendidikan saat ini memiliki program studi jurusan Bimbingan dan Konseling, program studi S1 Bimbingan dan Konseling, S2 Bimbingan dan Konseling, S3 Bimbingan dan Konseling, jurusan Teknologi Pendidikan, program studi S1 Teknologi Pendidikan, S2 Teknologi Pembelajaran, S3 Teknologi Pembelajaran, jurusan Administrasi Pendidikan, program studi S1 Administrasi Pendidikan, S2 Manajemen Pendidikan, S3 Manajemen Pendidikan, jurusan Pendidikan Luar Sekolah, program studi S1 Pendidikan Luar Sekolah, S2 Pendidikan Luar Sekolah, S3 Pendidikan Luar Sekolah, jurusan Kependidikan Sekolah Dasar dan Prasekolah, program studi S1 Pendidikan Guru Sekolah Dasar, S1 Pendidikan Guru Pendidikan Anak Usia Dini, S2 Pendidikan Anak Usia Dini, jurusan Pendidikan Luar Biasa, program studi S1 Pendidikan Luar Biasa, S2 Pendidikan Khusus. Aktivitas perkuliahan dan manajemen didukung dengan fasilitas yang memadai dan menggunakan teknologi masa kini. Ruang kuliah yang cukup, media pembelajaran berbasis TIK, pembelajaran berbasis komputer, akses internet dengan Wi-Fi atau hotspot area, ruang simulasi pendidikan, perpustakaan, dan laboratorium micro-teaching. Untuk melaksanakan kegiatan seminar, pelatihan, dan kegiatan ilmiah lainnya yang disediakan 4 aula besar, yaitu Aula E1, Sport Hall GKB, Aula PP2, dan Aula PP3.
Menjadi bagian dari Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan merupakan suatu hal yang berharga bagi saya. Di Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, saya mendapatkan banyak pelajaran baru, tidak hanya di bidang akademis, tetapi juga di bidang non-akademis.
Berkat dukungan dan doanya, sehingga tim kami dapat memperoleh medali emas pada ajang perlombaan Pekan Ilmiah Mahasiswa Nasional 2019.
Menempa ilmu dalam kelas jelas tak akan cukup. Kesempatan belajar membutuhkan ruang yang lebih, oleh karena itu, kesempatan belajar terbuka seluas-luasnya melalui program peningkatan skill di berbagai aspek. Pendidikan yang terdidik, santun, berbudi pekerti luhur, serta berinovasi dan kreatif, bersama FIP akan mewujudkan insan Indonesia yang cerdas dan berdaya saing. Bersama FIP, ribuan alumni pendidik telah mengabdi, menyebar di seluruh penjuru negeri. Kami percaya ketika kita menyatukan langkah bersama, saatnya menunjukkan pada dunia bahwa kita juga bisa.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, before starting international conference, let's have a prayer, asking our God to bless our conference. For you who believe in Islam, let me guide the prayer in Islamic way. And for you who believe in other religions, please feel free to pray in your way. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yu'afi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi lil jalali wajhikal karimi wa azimi sultani. Allahumma sholli ala sayyidina Muhammad wassalatan tunjina biha min jami'il ahwali wal afat. Wa taqdilana jami'al hajati wa tutahhiruna biha jami'is syai'at wa tarfa'una biha indaka a'lad darajat. Fatubalighuna biha ahsal ghayati min jami'il khairati fil hayati wa ba'dal mamat. Allahumma ini as'aluka ilman nafi'a wa rizqan thayyiba wa amalan mutaqabbala. Allahumma ini nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiatan fil jasad wa ziyadatan fil ilmi wa barakatan fi rizqi wa taubatan qablal maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa maghfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma hawin alaina fi sakaratil maut wa najatan minan nari wal afwa indal hisab. Rabbana ighfir lana wa li ikhwanina alladziina sabaquna bil iman wa la taj'al fi qulubina ghillan lil ladziina amanu rabbana innaka ra'ufur rahim. Wassalli Allahumma ala ibadika wa rasulika sayyidina wa maulana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa salim. Warzuqna kama alal muttaba'ati lahu zahiran wa batinan fi afiyatin wassalamatin birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wassalamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning. The Honorable Dean, Vice Dean, and Head of Department of Faculty Education, the Honorables, our speakers, Profesor Dr. Ahmad Rasyad from Universitas Negeri Malang, Profesor Anabelie Valdez, Ph.D. from Mindanao State University, Philippine, Maruff Akinwale Oladejo, Ph.D. from University of Lagos, Negeri, Professor Takahashi Mitsuru from Miyagi Study Center at Open University of Japan, Associate Professor Dr. Wahiza Abdul Wahat from Universiti Putra, Malaysia, and all participants of International Conference on Continuing Education and Technology. First of all, let's pray to our God who has been giving us some mercies and blessing, so we can attend and together in this forum in good condition and happy situations. Secondly, to the speakers and all participants who have been willing to spare their time to attend in this international seminar. Thirdly, to the lecturer and committee who have been work hard for this event. Also, I would like to say thank you very much to the Master of Ceremony who have giving me time to speak in front of you all. Because of you all, this international conference entitled Strengthening of Non-Formal and Informal Education in Era of Society 5.0 can be held well. I hope this event run well as we hope. Ladies and gentlemen, education is a tool to create a better quality of human resources in the future. We need to know what a person not only gets a normal education, but also non-formal and informal education, where non-formal education plays as an addition, complement, and subtitle for formal education in the context of lifelong education. While informal education is a basic education received by a person or child, where this is related parent and society. This is emphasis in the National Education System Law, Sistiknas, number 20, 2003, where the education consists of formal, non-formal, and informal education that can complement and enrich each other. Non-formal education is an educational service that is not limited by time, age, gender, race, social condition, culture, economy, religion, and other. Therefore, to transmit knowledge, skill, attitude, and value in the community, we need for non-formal and informal education in the community so high that it provides support for development starting at the rural level to the city. Non-formal education as an empowerment process has a broad meaning, which include increasing knowledge, attitude, skill, and developing other abilities towards independent living. By increasing community empowerment through non-formal and informal education, considers important to realize the quality of non-formal and informal education that's able to answer the challenges of social life, create a society that is highly competitive, has a science and technology insight, and has a proper morality cultures. On this basis, an international conference with the theme strengthening of non-formal and informal education in era of Society 5.0 is a very strategic and need to be carried out as a manifestation of a shared commitment in strengthening and aligning a goal of non-formal and informal education in global society. Ladies and gentlemen, this international conference ICCoET is attended by 5 speakers from various countries, include Indonesia, Malaysia, Japan, Nigeria, and Philippines. The number of the participants who have registered is that this international conference are 300 people and some parallel discussion participants. Let us express our high attitude to the speakers and participants who have attended and contribute to this international conference. We as organizer of ICCoET International Seminar Conference also apologize if there are some coming in this activity. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Thanks, Ms. Junita, to give me time to be the moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Negeri Malang, Professor Ahmad Rafiuddin, M.Pd, Dean of Faculty of Education, Professor Bambang Budiwiono, M.Pd, all speakers and all presenters, and all of audience who has come in this event for accepting the invitation. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say thanks for coming here to all presenters and all participants. It is great to see you all, even if only through online application. My name is Edi Widianto. It's my pleasure to welcome you here on Zoom meeting. I hope you enjoyed your time to join in this conference. I would like to thank you for joining us today for this first international conference on continuing education and technology, an issue that is becoming more and more critical every day. We believe that the world is currently in a difficult condition due to the COVID-19 pandemic. This situation also occurs in Indonesia, where we are currently implementing emergency PPKM or partial lockdown level 4 in every region in Indonesia. Fortunately, we are still able to hold this international conference by implementing strict health protocols on our campus. Okay, in the first session, we will hear presentations from Professor Dr. Ahmad Rasyad, M.Pd, and it will continue with Associate Professor Dr. Nur Wahiza Abdul Wahat. This session will be divided into 3 main parts. The first part is the presentation by speakers. Secondly, question and answer session, and the last, conclusion. Each presenter will be given 20 minutes to deliver their presentation, followed by 20 minutes for question and answer session. Our first speaker is Professor Rasyad. He is one of lecturer from Universitas Negeri Malang, UM. His major interest is the area of training management. And this is curriculum vitae of Prof. Ahmad Rasyad. Okay, enough. Without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Rasyad to deliver the first presentation. Hello, Assalamualaikum, Prof. Rasyad.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, can you hear me clearly?
Okay.
Okay. This is your time to deliver the first presentation. Please, sir. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellencies, Rector of Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia, respectable Dean of Faculty of Education Universitas Negeri Malang, Professor Dr. Bambang Budibiono M.Pd, honorable participant of International Conference in Continuing Education and Technology. Thanks so much to Mr. Edi Widianto as moderator of this conference, who has been given me to speak in this conference. Now, I would like to deliver my speech under the title Training Management Model Based on Flexibility, Collaborative, and Participatory Approach. Conceptually, training is a systematically organized educational program mainly for team, the participant, and the institution. Training is an educational process to equip participants with certain abilities to help achieve the goal and how institution or the participant work. For participants, participating in the training program is an educational program to improve knowledge, skill, ability, mentality, and behavior. The definition of improving the ability of participants includes strengthening the psychological and emotional aspects, such as work motivation, social intelligence, emotional intelligence, attitude toward work, environment, and emotional status, and the ability to adapt and be flexible. Adaptability or flexibility can be understood as fast and accurate adaptability, flexibility, responsiveness, and knowledge. For institution sending participant, sending employee to training program I to strengthen knowledge, skill, abilities, mental attitude, and employee behavior is expected to affect the increase in institutional productivity. Effort to increase employee capability that align with need institutionally become part of a responsibility of human resource management. Based on the two training orientation as described above, and associated with the work environment which continues to experiment rapid and massive change in the era of industrial revolution 4.0 and 5.0. The training program needs to be investigated more deeply, examining the training focus on at least two things, namely phase, systems, mechanism of management of training programs so far have been carried out by various training providers. And second, the effectiveness of the program as an effort to ignite growth and development of participant capabilities following the demand of institution via the work. Ladies and gentlemen, based on the description above, following problem can be presented. First, the training health has not brought any change to the trainee and institution where the trainee work. Second, there is no effective training management model to put participant competent and sustainable training management. Management of training program concerns the aspect of identifying training need, planning training design, establishing training methodologies, preparing training material, implementing training, evaluating training, and determining follow-up training. All these are standard aspects of training management which are commonly carried out in training activities. In practice, training management is always directly involved in everything activity where training activities are a cycle of activities that are carried out on an ongoing basis. Ladies and gentlemen, we have various existing training models as stated by Gold. Thought several times with training cycle concise, analyzing to determining training recruitment, design the training approach, develop the training material, conduct the training, and the last step is evaluate and updating training. Secondly, step of described as follows: analysis, design, develop, conduct, and the last step is evaluate. Mayo and Dubois also developed a training model of 5 stage, 5 phase, known as a continuous loop training development and implementation model of closed loop continuous system. 5 phases are analyzing operational recruitment phase, define training recruitment phase, develop objective phase, planning, developing, and validating training phase, and the last step is conduct and evaluate the training phase. Schematically, 5 phases can be seen in the following figure: analyzing operational recruitment, defining training recruitment, developing training objective, planning, developing, and validating, and the last step is conduct and evaluate training. Nadler also developed training with a critical event model, identify the need of the organization, specify job description, performance, identify learner need, determining objective, build curriculum, select instructor strategy, obtain instructional resources, and conduct training. The critical event model is based on parts that are each of management via opportunity for criticism and evaluation at every step. This feedback aim to see the advantage and disadvantage of training and whether improvement will need to be made to make the goal desired by participants. In relation on the configuration of training management model, Rasyad, I developed training governance model based on flexibility, collaborative, and participatory approach. State the training governance process is based on 3 approaches, namely flexibility, collaborative, and participatory. Ladies and gentlemen, flexibility approach. Flexibility in institution ability to respond to various dynamic or environmental demands. Flexibility can be understood as the reflective ability of institutions to respond quickly and briskly to environmental change. And this ability is needed so that institutions can survive and even while the competition for the demand of change in science and technology and the demand of life. The ability of flexibility or reliable adaptive ability is needed by institutions, especially in the era of rapid technological development and change, and the current of globalization, worship is so necessary. Flexibility is entity that can be dissected from type and component. Categorically, flexibility can be grouped into several types, including operational flexibility and strategic flexibility. Operational flexibility an institution in operational flexibility is an institution ability to respond appropriately to operational technical aspects that are aligned with changing demand of temporal situation. Strategic ability is the institution ability to sort and choose appropriately and quickly how which strategy shall be applied in responding to the demand of environmental change. Strategic ability is an urgent capability needed by institution to survive and continue and be able to win such intense competition, especially in the digital era with the characteristic of change are so fast, explosive, and massive. Only institutions that have reliable strategic strategy can be delivered excellent performance, and therefore extension will be more established. Institutions that have strategic flexibility and maturity will be able to increase their productivity, performance, and win the competition. The flexibility approach gives competitive advantage to institution and institutional performance, some of which are institutions are more prepared for that changing situation, more flexible working capabilities, and facilitated application of human resource management approach according to the demand of the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, collaborative approach. Training with cooperative approach is a form of training that shall be recommended so that implementation can be more effective. The collaborative approach in training governance is aimed at advancing and synergizing the role of relevant institutions and all participants in training governance. This is based on the fact that so far as non-formal education training institution, training conduct the training, not the model, the potential processes of each of these institutions are synergized into interrelated unit in the implementation of training activities. The collaborative approach in training management to integrate and synergize existing resources, especially human resources in governance training, especially in training institutions. Collaboration means working together to achieve a common goal. Usually, collaboration involves the decision and task where everyone does every job that is their responsibility to achieve a common goal. Meanwhile, in administrative terms, collaboration is an effort to achieve set goals that have been set for the division of tasks or work, not as work book, but as a work unit, or of which are directed at achievement goal. Ladies and gentlemen, participatory approach. A participatory approach to training government use different technologies and basis, but in general, participatory approach can be defined as a process of helping people who are involved in implementing the program to access the program and use the result of the study to improve the program. State is seen as a pioneer of the participatory approach in the field of training government studies. Then this approach was developed by Ripe, McDonald, Eager, and others. Paulo Freire is seen as a figure in the participatory approach to the non-formal education. Wesley stated measuring of success of training must involve three parties, namely user, institution, training participant, and training program compilers. The user agency must have a map to implement performance capability career development plan. For these two things, the institution compile program human resource development effort within the institution. The training as an employee must know the standard performance to be must be done, and the real performance he does. The gap between the standard performance and the real performance he does, and the motivation to improve his real performance following the standard performance. The result shows that the training model participatory approach had a positive effect on improving the performance of participants and also the productivity of the institution where they work. Training with the participatory approach is more effective in improving participant cognitive abilities. The three approach will form the basic and effective program governance model. The model below is spiral. Model nocicle as shown below. Reassessment of need, flexibility, planning. I am sorry. Assessment of need, planning, implementation, evaluation, and reassessment of need. Okay, reassessment of need. You know, this model to be based on flexibility, collaborative, and participatory. Based on figure, it can be understood that all stages of training activities are always carried out collaborative by prioritizing cooperation between group or section on all elements involving in the training. The training model also accommodates participatory element by involving parties related to training, starting for how to formulate needs, placing participant as main actor in training, participation of training provider, resource person, and participant, formulating training objective to the evaluation stage. In addition, the form of flexibility is also mind determining element in the training model. The main way of flexibility is that implementation of the training stage and carry out flexibility and not rigidly, meaning that three is all freedom and maybe in each stage of the process. At each stage, always provides innovation and the process of opening in accepting change. So the training management process using the FGP model, flexibility, collaborative, and participatory approach, it is expected to produce more quality, sustainable, and open training at every stage. Set this model, all the existing components are more fully improved, sustainable, and comprehensive. Ladies and gentlemen, this is all what I can go in the time. Thank you very much. I hope you get success, prosperity, and hopefully you are safe and healthy. Amin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you for your presentation, Prof. Rasyad. The second speaker is Associate Professor Nur Wahiza from Malaysia. She is also a lecturer from Universiti Putra, Malaysia. She will present about celebrating inclusive education in era 5.0. And this is curriculum vitae of Prof. Nur Wahiza. Okay, enough. And I want to say hello. Assalamualaikum. Prof.
Waalaikumsalam wabarakatuh.
How are you?
Alhamdulillah, I'm good.
Alhamdulillah. Okay. Hope you in a good condition, ma'am. And what about the situation and condition in Malaysia now?
In Malaysia, we are trying to cope with the pandemic as well. Similarly, in the condition like in Indonesia. And yeah, we are hoping for the best, for a better crisis management, I hope, inshallah.
Okay, Amin. Now I would like to invite you to deliver the second presentation. Please, ma'am. Time is yours.
Thank you. Brother Eddie, our moderator for today. Honorable Dean, Prof. Bambang, our respective Professor Rasyad, respective committee of today's conference. Thank you for your effort for this lovely conference. And also, last but not least, our audience and participants of today. Let me share my screen. I would like to thank you, the Honorable Committee, for inviting me for today's conference to present a topic on celebrating inclusive education in era 5.0. I'm currently serving as the head at the Department of Professional Development and Continuing Education, Faculty of Educational Studies, UPM. And listening to Prof. Rasyad just now is such a lovely sharing because it is totally in line with what we are doing at our department as well, Prof. Rasyad. Okay, so this is the outline of my presentation, which will be introducing on what is inclusive education and what do we actually refer to as era 5.0. And I will also be sharing a little bit on the principles of universal design and how does it relate to the setting of education. The UDL, Universal Design for Learning. And last but not least, I will also be sharing on the experiences that me and my team have encountered in our involvement with regards to inclusive education. Okay, first of all, what is inclusive education? When we talk about inclusive, it comes from the root word of include. So when we talk about include everyone versus to excluding some target groups. So basically it refers to the process of including everyone, everyone in the process of educating them, So education is for all, that is what we mean by inclusive education. So when we talk about everyone on earth, it means that it refers to every individual on earth that is different in terms of their own abilities, in terms of their needs. So when we talk about inclusive education, it's about the process of preparing education that address the special needs of each single students or learners. Thus, with inclusive education, it allows learners to fully participate as well as benefit from the content of the learning. And when we talk about inclusive education, it also, of course, within the umbrella of inclusive policy, whereby every learner can learn as soon as teaching practices and the curricula themselves are adapted to the special needs and to the needs of the learners. So inclusion, we may say, is rooted in the principles of social justice, human rights, and philosophy that learning and education institutions provide for the needs of all learners with different forms of diversity. So when we talk about diversity, it refers to various variables. It could be referring to the age, it could be referring to gender, it could be referring to needs, backgrounds, culture, and other variables that refers to individual differences and uniqueness. Nevertheless, when we talk about inclusivity or inclusive education, which is, we can say, a current trend, compared to the previous approach of selection and meritocracy. So there are arguments, there are debates, there are paradoxes that has been going on, towards the effort of practicing inclusive education itself. When we talk about inclusive, it's about including everyone, But when we talk about the previous approach or the more traditional approach of exclusion, selection, as well as meritocracy, it is about the practices of competition, selection, so it's totally different from inclusion, So it is very much influenced by teacher-related variables. For example, the teacher's own attitude, the teacher's way of thinking, the teacher's self-efficacy, in order to be a recipient to inclusive education, or to go against it and still wanting to practice selection and meritocracy. When we talk about meritocracy, it's about the quota, it's about addressing only to certain particular group of students or learners who have the competitive values, that may sometimes lead to the element of eliteness, and denying certain vulnerable groups or groups that have special needs to be involved in the education process. So if the teachers themselves are more receptive to inclusive education, it will be easier to advocate this approach. But if there are more pessimists towards inclusive education or more laggard in accepting inclusive education, so the process would be slower. So it also very much depends on the learning environment as well as the institutional norms. So more receptive, more adaptable the learning environment is, for example, the school, colleges, the universities, as well as the norms of the institutions, the more they are adaptable, the more they are flexible to accept these new changes, easier it is, to pursue to inclusive education. And when we talk about era 5.0, we are talking about, all of us know it's about the Internet of Things, the IoTs, the use of cloud technology, and the importance of big data. And when we talk about era 5.0 in the World Economic Forum Education 4.0 framework, it proposed two important components that very, very much relate and closely associate with inclusive education. If you can see from the screen on the right, the two components are, number one, personalized and self-paced learning, which refers to from a system where learning is standardized to the one that is based on the diverse individual needs of each learner and flexible enough to enable each learner to progress at their own pace. So in other words, this framework, of education allows and respects, it respects the individual differences and uniqueness in order to allow them to be participative at any ways possible, in the process of education. Another important component is accessible and inclusive learning, which explains from a system where learning is confined to those with access to school buildings, meaning to the physical access, to a new system in which everyone has access to learning and is therefore inclusive. If we look at our own conference today and many other webinars, many other virtual conferences, and of course, the current online learning that is going on in a lot of learning institutions in the current situation of pandemic COVID-19. So this explains very much on the transformation that is going on in higher education setting, not only in the formal education, but also it applies to a lot of settings of non-formal education, whereby we allow the accessibility of learners to the learning contents, to the learning process, without the four walls barriers, without the physical barriers anymore. So knowledge is now more accessible to everyone with the use of IoTs, with the use of cloud technology. Okay. And also when we talk about inclusive education, it is very, very closely linked to the 7 principles of universal design. When we talk about, if you look into the literature of universal design, most often it will relate to people with disabilities. Nevertheless, when we talk about universal, it refers to everyone. It includes to everyone who are vulnerable, anyone who has any special needs. It refers even to the elderly. It can also refers to accommodating other vulnerable groups like pregnant ladies, and the aborigines, the indigenous people, whoever that before this have very lack access to knowledge, or the physical access. So with the principles of universal design, it basically tries to be as flexible as possible, so that the education can be of equitable use to everyone, and it also allows flexibility, in the use of technology, in the use of knowledge, flexibility in delivering knowledge, and flexibility in all the supportive system that there is around, to allow the accessibility of knowledge, the accessibility of equipments, the accessibility of facilities, that is available to help learners to benefit from the knowledge, that is being provided. And when we talk about universal design, or UDL, universal design learning, it also refers to the element of simple and intuitive, meaning to be very, very considerate, to be very, very instinctive, to be very, very alert on the particular special needs of the learners, and to make things as simple as possible, to lift up any possible barriers that is around or that is available in order to provide more accessibility to the learners. And when we talk about perceptible information, it is about also to make sure that the information system is the system is allowing accessibility to all learners, tolerance for error, refers to the ability of the practitioners of universal design or universal designers, for knowledge as well as for the education, to make sure, that there is less barriers, to make sure that everything is much easier, everything is tolerable, to the needs of the learners. Looking into and investigating into what are the special needs of the learners, and how do you actually reduce, all the errors that is possible, in order to ensure, that the learners, for example, the deaf, the visually impaired learners, those with intellectual disabilities, even the elderlies, how to make sure, how to check, that the needs of all these important stakeholders, who are the learners, who need the content of the education, how to ensure that whatever features that you are having, that you are facilitating, is actually addressing to their needs. Okay, in order to be respectful to social justice, to the rights of these learners. And also, when we talk about universal design in learning, there is less physical effort, and last but not least, of course, we refer to the component of size and space for approach and use. Borderless, we would say, borderless space, borderless boundaries. We're not talking about physical sizes that can accommodate classes, who attend the classes anymore. We are talking about as much room as we can provide, as much space that we can provide to anyone that is interested and that has the right, to be accessible to the knowledge and to the skills that the provider is offering to the learners. Okay, having presented the basic introduction on inclusive education, era 5.0, as well as universal design in learning, my next part of presentation would be on my own experiences together with my team in UPM in inclusive education. Okay, the logo on the left side, the purple one, it is called VASE. VASE stands for Virtual Acceptance and Empowerment Training for People with Disabilities. It is basically a startup company at InnoHub, Putra Science Park, Universiti Putra Malaysia, whereby in Putra Science Park of Universiti Putra Malaysia, they allow researchers like myself, to actually put effort into translating our research findings into innovations. So from my previous research of about 11 years on disability empowerment, so me and my team have actually converted all our research findings into several innovations, such as mobile applications on empowering the disabled, and also certain virtual modules, as well as virtual trainings for people with disabilities. So this is basically the main focus of our company at Putra Science Park. Okay, among the activities that we had in order to ensure inclusive education, to the vulnerable group of people with disabilities in Malaysia, is something that we started right at the beginning when pandemic COVID-19 hit the globe. In Malaysia, we had our first MCO movement control order regulation. It was first announced in March 18th, to 2020. So at that point of time, the first thing that came to our mind was how would our disabled students gain access, especially the deaf ones? The graduate students, the undergraduate students, how would they have access without juru bahasa isyarat, or in English we call them sign language instructors? I would like to say thank you very much to University Malang, because I see that you do provide sign language interpreters in some of your segments, for that you portrayed just now in your videos. Thank you for that. Okay, so back to these e-workshops that we had. So due to the declaration of the MCO, we took the effort to provide e-workshops in thesis writing for people with disability who are students of universities in Malaysia. Basically, because we foresee at that time that they would have a lot of challenge, high level of challenges to communicate with their supervisors in order to get continuous supervision and feedback and support. Because at that point of time, everyone is juggling with online teaching and learning experiences. It was something new, to be 100% online learning is something new. Everyone is juggling. So we are afraid that this particular group might be neglected, in the process of adaptation to the new process of learning. So we offered these workshops every Sunday for about an hour or 1 hour or 30 minutes to this particular group. As you can see on the screen, it's me as the instructor, together with my friend, Ms. Go, as the sign language instructor. So there are other lecturers and team members from UPM who are also involved in these workshops because we do it every weekend. Okay, other inclusive education workshops that we have is those that we are having currently. As you can see, the left one is what we call Micro Bees Ready 2021. It is our collaboration with CIMB Foundation, who is actually sponsoring the program, together with Taylor's Education Group and Taylor's Community, which is a private education entity in Malaysia. Okay, so we are now at the process of, we have just completed the process of interviewing the vulnerable groups to be involved in this entrepreneurship program. So it's going to be an online program that educate these vulnerable groups, including people with disabilities, okay, on skills and knowledge on entrepreneurship, in order to encourage them for online or e-commerce business. And another one that we are also having this Sunday, we also started this, is on offering the online learning for free on city farming for vulnerable groups as well. For example, the people with disabilities, and we also offer it for volunteers, and we also offer it to the ex-LGBT group who are now transforming themselves to be how to say this, straight individuals. Okay, so basically for all these programs, during the interview process as well as during the workshop process, we are providing all support that is to ensure it is accessible to the special needs of the targeted groups. We provide juru bahasa isyarat or sign language instructors for all the slots, for all the workshops, and also we ensure that there will be personal assistance to the blind ones as well. Okay, with this, I thank you, and I pass it to Brother Eddie, our moderator. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, for your presentation. Now, I will invite 2 questions, maybe, from the participants. You can ask in 2 ways. First, ask directly via raise hand feature on Zoom meeting. Secondly, you can write your question in the comment column. Okay, we check to the comment column. Yeah, this is a question from Icham Sutisna for Prof. Wahiza. How about inclusion education in Malaysia? We want to ask about the policy and implementation. Maybe you can give the explanation about the weakness and strength about inclusive education in Malaysia.
Thank you for the very interesting question, Icham. Okay, with regards to inclusive education in Malaysia, policy and implementation, the inclusive education in Malaysia is supported and under the umbrella of Disability Act 2008 in Malaysia, okay, whereby we have a special segment, in the Disability Act talking about providing inclusive education. I have to say that although it was introduced in 2008, things have been very, very slow at that time. Yeah. Nevertheless, very, very thankful that things are being so much more aggressive, faster, and better in propagating inclusive education, implementation, as well as in realizing the policy of it. About 4 years, since 4 years ago. Yeah, the more and more people with disabilities are being more educated now in Malaysia. So when they are more educated, they are more vocal. Yeah, when they are more vocal, they become the strong advocates of inclusive education together with other advocates of inclusive education who are not disabled people like me. So things are being better now, and there are more. And recently, in December 2000, now it's 2021, right? Okay, in December 2019, 2019, yeah. The previous Minister of Education, at that point of time, he introduced inclusive policy, inclusive policy of education for all public universities in Malaysia. Policy, every public universities in Malaysia is compulsory to have a disability unit that will address the special needs of students of disabilities in the universities, and not only the students, but the disabled staff as well in the universities. Yeah, in order to raise awareness for everyone in the university community, as well as to ongoing improvising the needs, to cater the needs of the students as well as the staff who are disabled. Things are getting better, alhamdulillah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Wahiza, for your explanation. Does anyone want to ask again?
May I have a question?
Okay, yeah. Please mention your name and who is the question addressed to.
My name is M.Pd. I from the senior CCEP in Lembang. I also the representative from the Ministry of Education, Youth and Sport of the Kingdom of Cambodia. So my first question to Dr. Rasyad, Prof. Rasyad, about the quality assurance of training, because in the pandemic era, we convert our training from conventional to the online, full online trainings. How can you provide the quality assurance? Because sometimes participant is just follow, but actually they turn off the video and they do something after, when at the end they come back. This is the quality assurance of the training one. And then for second question, Ms. Wahat from Malaysia, you talk about the education for all. What is the policy of the Malaysian government to reduce the what we say, the student that not go to school, not register to school? Because according to the SDG 4.2, in 2030, all boys and girls can be access to the quality of education. That means education for all. But now you see, pandemic is 2 years already. The student cannot go to school. School is closing. So, what is your government anticipation for education for all? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Mr. Futi It. Okay, maybe the first answer is for Professor Wahiza about the policy in Malaysia about education for all, and what is the policy in for governance in Malaysia. And the second for Professor Rasyad, the question is about the quality assurance in training, how to give quality assurance, especially in this pandemic situation. Okay, the first is for Professor Wahiza, please.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, from India for the question. Okay, being a middle-income country, these things are improvised in the process of implementing, whatever that is laid out in our education, especially in terms of allowing the education to be accessible to all, in Malaysia. I have to say that before pandemic COVID-19, things are very much stable. Things are very much stable in the sense of we are focusing on on the continuous implementation, which seems to be accommodating. Nevertheless, during our comfort time, before pandemic COVID-19, with the current education environment, there is still a lopsided attention, to vulnerable groups. For those who are staying in the inaccessible territories or areas, for example, the indigenous people, that one is not too bad, because teachers are being sent, to the districts, to the non-accessible districts with higher allowance, for example, to encourage them, to go there, and provide education to the children. Nevertheless, as I mentioned just now, things are not really good until 4 years ago for the people with disabilities. It is a tough time getting the attention of the policymakers to really pay attention to this particular group of people. Nevertheless, things are getting better, and thank goodness, I would say, in a way, pandemic COVID-19 is a blessing for the people with disabilities, because before this, when the approach has always been physical, face-to-face ways in providing education, but the pandemic COVID-19 has forced everyone to be stay at home. In sometimes during movement control order or due to lockdowns. So everyone has to stay at home, whether you're disabled or not. So in order to ensure that the process of education still goes on, still being delivered to all, yeah, primary students, secondary students, university students, public, yeah, for informal education, for example, there is a forceful pandemic COVID-19 has served as a forceful change for everyone to adapt and put themselves in new situations and find alternative ways to deliver education for all. So things are I would say, pandemic COVID-19 has actually forced us to go to education in the era of 5.0, and also to provide education for all in a faster manner. So instead of taking the stairs, we are now taking the elevator. Yeah, because of this forceful phenomenon. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Wahiza, for your explanation. Now I will let Prof. Rasyad to answer the second question from Faculty IT. Please, sir.
Thank you much for Mr. Putih. I hope you are healthy. Mr. Putih, thank you very much. And you are a great opinion, great comment for my model in training management. In training, we are a special institution to ensure quality of all process, flexibility, collaborative, and participatory. And they are special institutions to ensure quality of process, FGP, especially flexibility, collaborative, and participatory. And I'm happy if fully involved in this process. Okay? Thanks, Mr. Eddie.
Yeah. Thank you, Prof. Rasyad, for your explanation. Okay, all participants, we continue with the last question, maybe, because we have limited time. The last question is come from Miss Lely Matia. The question is for Prof. Wahiza. She asked about what are the criteria for success in inclusive education, especially for children who get special need to enter to the inclusive school.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. It's a very, very interesting question. When we talk about successful criteria for disabled children, especially in order to ensure that they are successfully, they can successfully get the education. Based on our research, yeah, in Malaysian context, when we talk about people with disabilities, be it children, be it teenage, or be it adult disabled, throughout our 10 to 11 years of research, when we talk about their success as well as their own acceptance to be people with disabilities, number one criteria, most importantly, is family support. Because without family support, especially the children, it is quite hard for them, yeah, to get access to all the possible offerings of education. Yeah, so number one, I would say, is family support. Yeah, the family could be the encouraging factor. Yeah, if they are supportive, or the family could also be the barrier or the hindrance factor. Yeah, to this disabled children to get access to education. They could be the encouraging factor because if they are, allowing the children to get the opportunities of education, and they are supporting the disabled children through various means. Yeah, the equipment, the internet data, for example, to find more education opportunities for their children. So that would help the self-development of the disabled children. Nevertheless, we do find certain disabled people who tell us the pattern of families being the hindering factor, whereby they are not supportive, yeah, they are not helping, okay, in terms of attitude, yeah, in terms of providing all the facilities for the disabled members in their own family to gain access to education. So I would say that is number one criteria. And number two would be other support. For example, for the provider of the education themselves to be very, very empathy, yeah, to be very, very empathic to first of all, like Prof. Rasyad said just now, in providing training, in providing education, you must first of all look into the needs, investigate what are the needs, yeah, of the learners, yeah. So check what are the special needs, yeah, and ensure that the training process or the education process has all the features that will support, yeah, that will support the content of the learning to be reachable, yeah, to the children of disabled, yeah. So for them to practice the universal design principles, yeah, in the process of providing education, the one that I shared, the 7 principles just now, it is very, very important, yeah, to be practiced, to be implemented in order to ensure that the education is reachable and accessible to the disabled children. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you, Prof. Wahiza, for your explanation. And I want to continue this session, but I'm so sorry because we don't have any time again. So the last I give a conclusion for the first session today, because later we will continue with the second session. As we know that non-formal education is very, very important. Non-formal education, especially in training, must be carried out through proper management, starting from its assessment, planning, implementation, evaluation, and come back to the reassessment training. All of stages are carried out through flexibility, collaborative, and participatory, or we call FCP approach. And education is for all, including vulnerable groups. Inclusive education must be able to provide answers to future educational questions. We must be able to accept all the shortcomings of every human being because they are human just like us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our session on behalf of First International Conference on Continuing Education and Technology. That is all part of first session. Once again, that is all part of first session that I can deliver. Ideally, what I have said is canful for us. I'm so sorry if I had a mistake. Thank you for your nice attention. I hope you are all safe and healthy. And I would like to thanks for Prof. Rasyad. Thank you, Prof. Rasyad. And thank you for
Thank you, Mr.
Wahiza. Yeah, you're welcome, sir. Thank you for all
Thank you.
making time in your busy schedule to join us here this morning. Time for Indonesia. Wish you all a pleasant day. And I say wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, everyone.
So, Prof. Wahiza,
Thank you, Prof. Rasyad.
I hope you are fine and healthy.
Inshallah.
I mean,
Okay, now I will turn back time to Master of Ceremony. Please, Miss Junita.
Sorry, you are still mute.
Okay, sorry. So I hope my voice is delivered very well in there.
Okay. Okay, clear.
Okay. Good morning, Indonesian time. Greetings to all participants and also speakers at the first International Conference on Continuing Education and Technology. I'm Ambara and I will be your moderator today for the second session. As we know, today we are together under very serious situation of global pandemic, so that education as well facing global challenges which are greater than ever before. So working in education today, meaning that we have to be quick adapted to the rapid changes. So in response to that, we have three speakers together with us today in the second session who will delivering various topics on how non-formal education in particular coping with today's challenges and situations. At the second sessions today, we have Professor Takahashi Mitsuru and Professor Anabelie Valdez, Ph.D, and also Mr. Maruff Akinwale Oladejo, Ph.D. With each of them will be delivered a certain topics of their expertise. So the participants, this second session will be delivered in panel. So each speakers will be making presentation for approximately 20 minutes each.
20 minutes.
After all done, all speakers delivering the topics, then we will continue with the discussion sessions. Technically, it's just the same with the first sessions. So as for our first speaker, it will be Professor Takahashi Mitsuru. The topic of Community Learning Center. Hello, Professor Takahashi.
Yeah.
So the profile will be, you can see the detail on your screen. So Professor Takahashi Mitsuru is now the director in Miyagi Study Center, the Open University of Japan, and having the area expertise in adult education research from sociological point of view. And in particular, is interested in the relationship between social movement and adult education, community development and social education research, and also theoretical examination of learning theory. The details will be displayed on your screen. Right, so dear participants, for this first speakers and the first topics will be about Community Learning Center, Professor Takahashi Mitsuru. The time is yours, please.
Yeah. And thank you for introduce me and invite me for this conference. I'm honored to be here and to be able to make presentation today. But I have had 25 minutes, my presentation time.
Yes, it's approximately 25 minutes, Professor.
I'm
we have
anxious
to do
about
this because yes, the time is very limited. Yeah.
So today I present participation in social education. Social education means non-formal education in Japan and the capability approach. One of the characteristics of non-formal education is said to be the learner-directed learning, as Malcolm Knowles said. I don't like Malcolm Knowles, but even if we accept his insist, the question is how it is possible. In this presentation, first, I would like to explain the impact of transformation of modern society on adult education. Secondly, I would like to explain how to grasp, I would like to consider the application of Amartya Sen's capability approach, which theoretically support human development and human security to education. Third, participation is important point of view for non-formal education. But here we propose it can be regarded as 3 types of presentation. After that, I would like to introduce the experience of participation in Japan. Finally, I would like to make some suggestions on how to expand the possibility of non-formal education. This photo is Sendai City. I live. First challenge is that Japan is facing an aging society. According to the most recent demographic statistic, 29.1% is 65 or older. And 2035 reached to 33.4%. And in 2060, this is set to increase further 40%. Please imagine around 2 in 5 people is 65 or older. Even if you want a Japanese friend, most Japanese is elderly. Second, poverty is problem, or social inequality is increasing. But this is not uniform, and the poverty rate of person disabled, and one parent family, mother-child family household, over 50% is poverty, in situation of poverty. And elderly tend to the extreme high. This suggests that education practice and research take into account diversity of learners are required. Third, it is touted globalization will progress, but socioeconomic and cultural globalization is not actually a new phenomenon. Against the background of social and economic conditions, the narrow nationalism and social conflict rising, and attacks on minority people or vulnerable people is sharpening. The challenge that have become apparent are not just to become familiar with new technology and improve employability. The challenge is how to eliminate this inequality or social conflict in Japan, to recognize the diversity of people and to realize achieving freedom, equality, and justice through non-formal education. We have to envision how we can realize such a social change through non-formal education. From the point of view of learner-directed learning, it must be desirable for learner to participate in learning opportunities. Participation in narrow sense is a matter of choice of learning opportunities and access to. What is the current situation in Japan? According to UNESCO's oversight report, Education for All, the first group, Scandinavian countries, and the second group from USA to Korea. Japan belongs to the third group from 20 to 50%. Developing country is no statistic, but according to this report, account for less than 20%. As the report pointed out, economic development generally has a significant impact on participation in non-formal education. Furthermore, as I have discussed later, countries with better social policy tend to have the higher participation rate. As far as this report is analyzed, Japan is not necessarily a country with high participation rate in non-formal education internationally. And the first participation means participation in learning opportunity. And second, more important side of participation is participation in decision-making process. UNESCO's Education for All initiative based on idea of learning as a right, which include not only equal access to learning opportunities, but also participation as a stakeholder, including government, educator, learners, and community residents. This participation is based on the principle of democracy, on which is also the key to creating good education. In short, from the learner's point of view, it is important to have the opportunity to express opinion regardless age, gender, and ethnicity or social classes. The third, another aspect of participation is learning as participation. This has also been rarely discussed, not only in Asia, but also European countries in the past. However, for example, from the standpoint of situated learning theory, they learn through their participation, non-formal or informal education. There are paradigm shift around learning theory, so-called from learning as acquisition to learning as participation. It is very important to developing studies of non-formal education. So how do they learn? It is created one's identity through legitimate peripheral participation in community of practice, according to situated learning theory, concretely through interaction with masters, seniors, and colleagues that is a member of this community. In short, learning is to create the frame of reference, the way of thinking, feeling, emotion, social norm, rules, communication skills, and knowledge. Participants become full-fledged members by actively engaging a community of practice. First, participation. Second, participation, meaning of participation. And third, I believe you know Amartya Sen. Sen is very famous researcher and scholar who gets the Nobel Prize in economics. And he is continue to give the impact on international policy formation. Amartya Sen's most influential theoretical proposal is capability approach. According to his opinion, the important thing is not capability theory, not theory, approach, not theory. Provided the approach means provide an effective analytical framework for assessing and formulating policies. It is an important theoretical task to clarify how to apply this proposal, his proposal, to education. There is no or very little research or studies about this problem. Why does Amartya Sen focus on capability rather than resource? In general, when it comes to education for empowerment, we imagine empowerment. What we immediately think of getting higher qualification and increasing employability through education. Amartya Sen said this immediate useful education is not only based on utility principle, but also it is neoliberal insist. It's problematic because it is the means of education, not the purpose of education. In the first place, we can't evaluate human development and well-being by only resource. For example, Rawls' justice theory cite an equal distribution of primary good as a premise of justice. But for example, he assuming he earns the same amount of income as a healthy person. For example, disabilities. There is a big difference between healthy person and disabled person in what they can do. Therefore, income alone cannot measure human affluence. Then we must proceed with our research while paying attention to the diversity of learners. Then considering the relationship between his capability, approach, and education, we should clarify the factors that can convert money and goods into capability. Generally, it can be divided into three factors: personal conversion factors and social cultural conversion factors. Third, institutional conversion factors. To make good education, we need to change these factors for the better. This is why education is public good. And it is purpose of educational practice. How resource lead to capability? Three conversion factors: personal conversion factors and social conversion factors, social custom, norm, religion, consciousness, class and race, and institutional conversion factors, social security system, education system, health security systems. It is not just the question here is what kind of education required? Conversion factor to capability. Changing medium is education. The competencies required here is how to nurture them will be an issue. It is not just about remembering knowledge. It is important development, emotion, empathy, motivation, sense of responsibility, and make collaborative activity, take part in collaborative activity, and democracy, good governance, make good governance. This is in the line of importance of sense public reasoning, and in line with new competencies by OECD, said. Learner acquire the ability to choose what they value and realize it, but they can change social conditions for the better as the agency. This is circulation. I think this is the reason why problem-based learning, what kind of education? We think what kind of education? Problem-based learning has been attracting attention as a teaching method in recent years. I consider as a method of empowerment discussed in non-formal education. This is the Women Festival doll. The start point of Kominkan, I introduce you Japan experience. Starting point of social education system, especially Kominkan, started with no money and no staff, no building, no facility. The fund started with residents raising money. Residents support to financial support, give the financial support. Residents have organized a Kominkan Management Council to operate the Kominkan. However, since 1960, institutionalization has progressed. Institutionalization here means the local government not only spend money and subside operation expense, but also hire the staff as a civil servant. It takes from the public administration. Such a system will change again significantly in 1999 when the decentralization law came into effect in Japan. At the same time, it was a time when various public sectors were privatized under neoliberal reform. Local government will be promote the privatization of Kominkan with the aim of eliminating the budget deficit. The main form of was the form of community assignment. Today, in many local governments, such a public-private form is becoming the main form of operation. Now, let's introduce a specific management in T-City is a medium-sized population of less than 90,000 people, residents. There are 21 districts Kominkan in all cities. Since there are 22 elementary schools and 10 junior high schools, it can be said there are one Kominkan in elementary school district, one Kominkan, one elementary school. We take the Y Kominkan which is gym. This is gym and Kominkan building. In addition to community center, and for the staff, in addition, director, 3 Kominkan staffs employed. By Kominkan Management Council, organized by residents association, accepts the manage Kominkan. The program plan is made by the Kominkan staff, but it is the role of this management council to decide on the plan. Kominkan program, most important program is workshop community development, planning of community development. Here, this photo is workshop for community development planning. And natural observation party and Japanese penmanship. Not only Japanese, but also Indonesian people take part in this traditional Japanese dance and hip hop dance. Do you know there in Japan there are Chonaikai neighborhood association, and some the neighborhood association gathered to neighborhood association federation. The neighborhood association organized the community management council, which will be the receiver and manage Kominkan from local government. Budget planning and program plan is created and implemented. In that case, not only staff, but also staff and residents gather this conference meeting and participate in discussion. Staff salary and program expense, management expenses paid by assignment from the local government. The right to decision making is the Community Management Council organized by Chonaikai. The role of government is to evaluate these activities, these activities. Conclusion remark. Lesson from the Japanese experience. First, I think one of the characteristics of Japanese social education, or especially Kominkan system, is that its management and activities are carried by the participation of citizens, residents. Second, however, it is excellent in terms of learner independence. Originally, Japanese Kominkan has a resident community management system called by Kominkan Management Council, but it lost its true meaning due to the institutionalization after 1960. In other words, it was just for the formal participation. But other researchers generally have a negative view for this reform. But I have a different opinion. It is because it is thought the formal participation of residents, for example, Arnstein's ladder of citizen participation. Community Management Council is formal participation. And from the innovation of management, deepen to citizens control from formal participation to citizens control. From the perspective of participation in social education, this shift in management style should be evaluated positively. Third, why the capability approach is important for the educational practice? There are 3 reasons, I think. First, as Amartya Sen himself stated, it evaluates educational practice and provides an analytical framework for policy making rather than the theory. At the same time, it's important to diversity, to acknowledge the diversity of learners. Secondly, in order to enhance capability, we are considering not only the educational effort in narrow sense, but also conversion factors for the better. This important role of education is to change the factors for the better. And it is natural to changing subject as a agency. Third, in this regard, it is clear that education for capability approach is not individualistic, but also relative, more especially through participation in collaborative activities. This has to do with what kind of educational method should be taken. Furthermore, looking from the standpoint of constructivist learning theory, people be able to cooperate and nurturing the culture of democracy with participating in community of practice. I think you can expand your ability to do things and activity to create new knowledge. So, thank you very much. Thank you for attention.
Thank you for a wonderful presentation, Professor Mitsuru. I believe that we are now having more input into the situation of community learning center in Japan, in particularly. Thank you very much, Professor Takahashi Mitsuru. We are going directly to our second speaker now. We have Professor Anabelie V. Valdez, Ph.D. Good morning or good afternoon now, Professor Anabelie.
Yes, good morning. Good morning. Okay, can you hear my voice?
Yes,
Hello?
pretty clearly. Yes, well received, Professor Anabelie.
Okay, so how can I share my screen for the PowerPoint presentation?
Okay, it will be done by the committee, I believe.
I already projected.
Can you share? Yes, can you share it directly from your computer, Professor?
Yeah. Wait a minute. Okay.
Okay, so wait a moment, please. Let me just make a brief introduction for you, Professor Anabelie.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. Right, dear participants, we have our second speaker with us at the moment. Professor Anabelie V. Valdez, Ph.D. will be delivered quite interesting topics. This is, I believe, probably the continuation from what Professor Rasyad at the first sessions about quality assurance of education. So the detailed profile of our dear Professor Anabelie, as you can see at the display on your screen, she is at the moment is the affiliation of Mindanao State University, Marawi City, the Philippines, and the technical field and expertise is in teaching various courses, of course, in science, education, and agriculture, planning, management, and organizing seminars and conferences. Also the researcher and model writer and research analyst. Okay, and as for the sessions, Professor Anabelie again will be delivered a presentation about quality assurance of education. We have approximately 20 to 25 minutes, Professor. You can enjoy the time. And for the participants, later you can drop your question later. You can save it for now, but later you can drop it at the comment sessions below. Okay, now I give the time for Professor Anabelie to do the presentations. The time is yours, Professor.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you very much. So, okay, how can I share the presentation, the PowerPoint? Can you see it?
Not yet. It not appear yet in my screen at the moment.
Oh.
Did you already share it?
Sharing screen? How can I already playing it? Oh, how? Is there any technical committee that?
Yeah. Probably the committee can help.
Yes. How I am going to share my screen? Here. Okay. Share. Oh, it cannot be done. It's already appearing or not yet?
Yes, it's already appearing.
Already?
Now. Yep.
Okay. So, I cannot. Here. Wow. Okay, is my PowerPoint presentation is already appearing in the screen? Hello?
Yes, it's already appear, but can you make it in a full presentation? Yes.
Smaller.
Yeah, this is still your screen appearance. You can make it more into full screen.
Full screen?
Yeah,
or
make
I
it
will
full
make
screen.
full screen already. Slideshow, yeah. I have it already.
Or maybe the connection.
Okay, so good morning to each and everyone, especially to our beloved Rector, Professor Dr. Rocky Udin, and to our energetic Dean of the Faculty of Education, Professor Dr. Bambang Bodi Wiono, To all the moderators, the participants, the organizers, and the working committees for this international conference on continuing education and technology, thank you very much for inviting me here as one of your speakers. So in this academic forum, I would like to share with you the non-formal and informal education in the era society 5.0, and I presented a process model that I believe could help us to strengthen our non-formal and informal education. So the topic that will being discussed here, it includes the overview of the normal and non-formal and the informal education, the issues and challenges that we are facing with regards to non-formal and informal education, the perspective of era society 5.0, and the last one is the process model, which I believe is a very important guide for us to strengthen our non-formal and informal education. So, talking about non-formal education, so actually, it is a type of education that occurs outside the formal school system. So we believe that education is a lifelong process and an ending journey of life, and it usually occurs in a varied ways with a multidisciplinary approaches. So talking about non-formal education, sometimes it is considered as community education, adult education, or a lifelong education. It can be done through a community, it can be done as home-based, or even government-regulated form of education. And it is also includes some non-government organization activity that has offer about non-formal education. In that way, the non-formal education is considered as diverse and expresses core principles that reinforce the formal education. Actually, there are many studies conducted bridging the non-formal education to formal education because it is very important that the non-formal education will help to reinforce the formal education that we have in our classroom setting. Another thing is that non-formal education help to educate the individual that is not capable in enrolling or studying in the formal education settings. Then, talking about informal education, on the other hand, this is the process of acquiring knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values from individual day-to-day experiences. In other words, informal education is more on experiential learning. Experiential in the sense that that is our learning from our social interaction. It is voluntary, self-directed, and motivated by intrinsic interest, curiosity, exploration, and social interaction. Sometimes we can also have our informal education by accident or by exploration. And this form of education takes place in any places, any time, and any event. So next we have
excuse me, Professor Valdez. We can only
yes.
The screen is not moving, so we can only see your first page of your presentation. Okay.
Oh,
it's now,
I see.
yeah.
Okay.
So it's now
This
moving.
one.
Okay. This is okay now. Thank you.
Okay. So I am here now in the third slide. Okay. Can you this is already shown in the screen?
Yes,
Hello?
yes.
Okay.
This is the
So
second page is appear now.
yes. Okay. So this informal education is really a form of education that based mainly on experiences from our day-to-day interaction in the environment. And we can also learn from medias, from movies, and from friends, neighbors, and other through social interaction. This is also done through our curiosity, exploration, and even by accident. So in fact, scientists discovered many things, many innovation, sometimes by accident. So that is why informal education takes place in any places, anytime, and in any event. Then, what are the different issues and challenges? So actually, we have different issues and challenges that we have in our non-formal and informal education, depending on the situation that we are facing. In this presentation, I considered some issues and challenges that I have read from the literature reviews and research studies. First is, according to them, the non-formal and informal education is helping a wide range of learners because it has a multidisciplinary approach, and it is also based on the needs of the individual. Second is talking about the pedagogical strategies. So according to them, that for us to conform with the society 5.0, we have to transform our education, both from formal to non-formal and informal, in terms of pedagogical strategies. We have to keep abreast on the modern technology that we have so that we cannot be left behind by others or other countries. So we are going to use the technology that we have now, the innovations that we have now, to enhance our strategies on how are we going to acquire knowledge and skills, be it in the non-formal or informal way. So that is why we have to have a technological competence. So this modern society, the society 5.0 that we have now, and many said that this is already an age of machine. So we should consider ourselves to be part of it, or we are going to use the technology as part of our daily activities in learning and acquiring knowledge in any form, be it in the environment, from social interaction, from peers, and all other forms of learning experiences that we have. So technology is already part in our lives. And the fourth issue is that there should be more research to be conducted about the non-formal and informal education, the status of the non-formal and informal education, so that based on the findings of the research, we can enhance or we can strengthen our non-formal and informal education status that we have now. And probably from the output of our research, we can create a model, no, a very good model. We have that model is called empirically tested models, and these models could guide us on how are we going to improve our non-formal and informal education by incorporating the technology that we have now for us to be prepared and adapting the new society, which is the so-called the era society 5.0. Another researcher also said that there should be more recognition about non-formal and informal education. In fact, according to Worken in 2010, based on his survey, there is a scarcity of data about the status and even the management of the non-formal and informal education. And his conclusions stated that the non-formal and informal education is poorly recognized. So maybe this is the time, or in the era society 5.0, we have to give emphasis in the non-formal and informal education. Particularly, we have now this COVID-19 pandemic, wherein we can gain more of our knowledge and skills in informal education using the technology that we have today. So he also said that to learn more about strengthening the non-formal and informal education, he also agreed that more researches should be conducted. So these researches will be used as our baseline, and this will give us input for us to develop strategies and other models that can be used to strengthen our non-formal and informal education. Okay, so I am a little bit of hurry because of the time limit given to me. Well, to proceed or to move on, we have I gathered also different perspective of our ideas from different countries about the era society 5.0. Well, in fact, I also include here the perspective of education 5.0, which is the type of education that probably we are using in the era society 5.0. So moving on, we have here a picture, no? A picture of the society 5.0. According to the Japanese perspective, they believe that society 5.0 should be a society centered. So human or humankind or the society is the center of this era. They believe that human beings are the center of the transformation together with economic growth, technological development, and of course, sustainability. So meaning we are going to use the technology for the good of humankind. Another idea about society 5.0 is that the technology is part of human itself. So when we say part of human itself, meaning that the human must have the ability to manipulate the technology. Therefore, we need to have technology literacy and capabilities in order for us to manage the technology that we have now effectively and wisely for the good of humanity. Another idea is manipulating or managing technology for better improvement. According to Birawi in Indonesia, he said that despite of technological revolution that we have, or the so-called age of machine, humans should manage nature by using the technology wisely, by producing a technologically friendly product, services, and projects. So meaning, despite of our technological revolution, we should not forget to take care of our Mother Earth. Otherwise, if we are neglecting the values of taking care of our nature, so technology is not really helping us if our environment is already destroyed. So he emphasized, no, Birawi in 2019, he emphasized that despite of the technology we are using, we have to regulate it wisely so as to care with our natural environment. Another idea is that they believe the society of 5.0 will create new opportunities. Why? Because of the technological advancement. So humans should manage and control and use the technology for innovation and for the use of improvement and sustainability in its community or in its country without forgetting the values. So the creating new opportunities without neglecting of developing the values of every citizen in each country. Another also said that this era society 5.0, by implementing the technology in a better way, we can assure that there should be an economic balance that will solve social issues. So meaning we are going to use the technology to solve social issues or social problems, and of course to maintain or enhance sustainable development. If this perspective really being applied in the society 5.0, Japanese believe that there should be or there must be comfortability among humankind. So we feel a comfortability of the society we are living, and we are having full of vitality in using all the resources, technological resources, and our natural resources in an equilibrium condition. And in that way, we can have a high quality lives. So in general, this is the picture, no, the scenario of the era society 5.0. And from that scenario, we can use this one on how are we going to strengthen our non-formal and informal education so that this type of education will give us comfort, will give us vitality, and will provide us high quality lives. Then the next thing is what will be the education look like in the era society 5.0. So I also presented here some ideas coming from the literature reviews and research study that I scanned in order to come up with these ideas. So according to the author or the research finding or idea of Dear Dibo Derbojeda in 2021, many believe that the education in the era society 5.0 is about dehumanizing education. So when we talk about dehumanizing education, meaning to say the teachers are robot, the teachers are machine, she said that before shifting it to another platform of education, we have to look far beyond and make human as the center of educational processes. So when we are going to use machine as a mentor or as a teacher, this is not really a long-term solution for the situation that we are facing now because we lose values, we lose affection, because machines has no feelings. She said that we will dehumanizing education does not mean that we are going to use robots and other technologies along to teach or transmit knowledge and skills to the learners, particularly in the non-formal and informal education. But rather, the message is that we are going to use the technology to enhance our capability of learning, to enhance our capability of acquiring knowledge. Particularly, we are no longer free to socialize from each other due to the COVID-19 virus. So we are not allowed to have a face-to-face talk. So according to her, we are going to use the technology in order for us to continue our acquiring of knowledge and skills despite of COVID-19 or despite of having non-contact form of learning. Another idea is that in the research conducted in Zimbabwe, many educators believe that the education 5.0 is very helpful and more beneficial. Yes, of course, particularly at this time that we have different platforms of education, and in the non-formal and informal of education, our one way of learning is through digital learning, through media or in any form of technology that we have in our society or that we have in our home or in which we are skillful enough to use those technology. Next is in the idea of the university, in the higher education, many ministers in the higher education also emphasizing that in the education 5.0, in the era society 5.0, there is a need to restructure the higher and tertiary education sector. So if there is a need to restructure the higher and tertiary education sector, so therefore, there is also a need to restructure our non-formal and informal education so that we are being on the line or on the right track of what is really happening now in our country or what is happening now in this planet. And in the restructuring, we have to consider research, innovations, and technology, using the technology wisely, and more on acquiring knowledge that is very beneficial to each and everyone. So there are many factors to consider. in restructuring the form of education, be it in the formal education, non-formal education, or informal education. Next is about putting human qualities. So in the Education 5.0, since that the society is a human-centered, therefore, the education should put human qualities. We have to use all the skills, talents, and the qualities of human at the optimum scales so that we can have a very good product, good services, or shall we say, we can have a quality assured output. And with that, we are going to let the human capability to manipulate the technology. So meaning to say, we will be still the mastermind of the technology that we have today. We are not going to allow the technology to control the human, but rather we use all our skills and talents to use the technology for innovations, for research, for teaching, for learning, and all other things that we are going to do in our everyday activities. So that is wisely using the technology that is being available in our society or in our home and community. So this is the very common perspective that I conceptualize based on my readings about the era society or about the education in the era society 5.0. So with that, from the different concepts that I gathered from the different authors and the different ideas coming from the different universities, so I designed a process model to strengthen the non-formal and informal education, in which this model, I believe, is a very good tool for us educators or even as individual, because we are talking about non-formal and informal education, for us to have a very good perspective or very good plan on how are we going to strengthen our non-formal and informal education to be keep abreast in the modern society that we have, and to be not left behind with the technology that we are using right now. So we have to assess ourselves what we should do. So considering that, or let us assume that we are now in the society, or we are really in the society 5.0. So what we should do in order for us to strengthen our non-formal and informal education? Of course, I gave here some a few inputs which I believe very necessary for us to process on doing our plans and strategies in strengthening our non-formal and informal education. So we need different input to strengthen our non-formal and informal education. And to name few of them, I have here what we have to assess what really our vision, our personal vision, our personal goals, our personal objectives. So what are we going to do with this? And with that, we have also to consider what are the available resources that we have so that we can make our plan. And do we have any linkages for us to have social interaction with, or linkages for us to ask some help and assistance? So these are some basic and few inputs that we can consider in assessing ourselves or assessing our education. Actually, this process model is not only applicable for non-formal and informal education, but this is also applicable to formal education in general. After assessment, then we can now move on. How can we get there? So meaning, oh, we have all this. I have already prepared with this. So how can we strengthen? No? So this is now the process. How can we get there? First, we took a look the whole picture. So I am only focusing here the non-formal and informal education. But as I said earlier, this is also applicable to the formal education. First, we have to do a plan. So even our daily lives is really rotating a plan. Before we wake up in the morning, we have already a plan what to do in the next day, right? So in planning, we have to consider our responsibilities. Kasi we have already our input. Now, we have to define the responsibilities. And we prepare our strategic plan. Strategic plan or action plan, so it depends upon us what plan are we going to use. And in planning, we have to consider feedbacks. Feedbacks from the environment, feedbacks from our friends, and feedbacks from anybody is very important for us to have a concrete plan. And aside from considering the feedback, we are also integrating the technology in the society. So that is why I said earlier, we have to assess our resources. What are the available technology that we have in our society? So that will be integrated and considered in our plan. And we have also considered that human, in the era society 5.0, human is the centered in the society. And the next one, in planning, we have to include continuous monitoring and assessment so that we can determine how effective our plan is. Assuming that we have already our plan, what will be the next step? Of course, we have to do action, the execution of the plan. We have to execute, we have to implement our plan, individual plan, or educational institution plan. So it will depend of our vision, goals, and objectives, resources, and linkages. And in the execution, there should be always a supervision, management, and control so that there is a minimal, let us say, disaster, or we have to consider rest. So if we are regularly monitoring and supervising of our activities, then the rest is regulated. So probably no zero rest. That is a very good if there is zero rest. Then after executing our plan, we have to checking. We have to check what are the weaknesses and the strength of this plan. Is our plan really effective? Is our plan is really contributing to the strengthening of our form of education? Is our plan really help us in acquiring knowledge and skills and integrating the technology that we have? So checking is very important because in this aspect, we are evaluating and monitoring. So monitoring and evaluation is very important in the process so that the model really applied in efficient and effective way. And checking is not enough. What will we do if after checking, we already identified, oh, this plan is somewhat, there are many lapses, there are many weaknesses. So after identifying those strengths and weaknesses, what will be the next step that we are going to do? So this is not the end of the cycle. We have to act. After identifying the advantages and disadvantages of our plan, we have to act. Act on the disadvantages, and we are also act on the advantages. We should stay in the balanced position or in the equilibrium condition. We are not neglecting the advantage because this is already advantage for us. So we should consider both the advantages and the disadvantages. And from that, we can make an action plan for improvement. So even there are already advantages of our plan, but take note that the world is continuously changing. Many say that there is nothing permanent in this world except the word change. So there is always a change. So our plan today might not be applicable for tomorrow or in the future. So as I said, we have to consider both sides, the disadvantage and the advantages, or the strength and the weaknesses in doing in our action plan. So taking it for all, we have already reached out in this stage, the step 4, which is act, or we are already checking and acting and making an action plan. So we still having to continue making our plan because the plan is continuously revising. So continuously being improved because it is a situational base, situational base. And this process in going to uh, strengthen our form of education, this is a cyclical, meaning to say it goes in a cyclic form, it goes over and over again, and it is also eclectic, meaning it is varied, and because we are going to consider all the factors that existing in a certain situation, and it is iterative, the repetition of the cycle. And the approach of doing this must be systematic and flexible, depending on the situation we are facing. And assuming that we are already done this whole process, this thing, then what can we get? So after doing these things, what can we get? Of course, we are going to assume the output. What will be the output if we are successfully processing these things so that we can strengthen the formal, non-formal education or any form of education that we have? Of course, we should become more comfortable in our society. We have the vitality, we have a quality or high quality lives. We are more technologically advanced or technologically skilled individual. We become more innovative, more productive, and the whole scenario, if this will happen, we are now having a super smart society. So do you agree with me? If doing this thing, we can have already a super smart society. So we have a different perspective and views in life. Maybe some of you will say yes, maybe some of you will say undecided, and maybe some of you reject or will not agree. So we have individual differences and we have also different visions in life. But this is the general picture which I conceptualize based on the readings that I have about the Era Society 5.0. Okay, so in that case, moving on, I will now move to the conclusion. So maybe I have already consumed my time, but anyway, this is already the concluding part. So based on those readings and the concepts that I organized or conceptualized to have that model, so it is concluded actually that the nature of non-formal and informal education is more on experiential learning, particularly in the informal education, in which that is our personal learning, and it is very flexible. In fact, based on the previous slide that I shown, it is more on curiosity driven by intrinsic and personal attributes of individual. Then non-formal and informal education has wider range and multidisciplinary because we can gather everything and select, reject, right? So we should not accept all the learnings that we have from social gathering, from mass media, because we have also to balance what is the quality of education. We have to ensure the quality. So we have to balance, oh, this information is not advisable to be applied in my learning. Oh, this information or the skills is very effective and very let us say, applicable in my situation. So we have to balance the pros and cons, whether to accept and apply the learning that we gain from informal and non-formal way of education. And to strengthen the non-formal and informal education, it needs reform. So if we are talking about the education institution, social institution, so there is a reform, educational reform. But if we are going to talk about informal education, this reform is particularly refers to self-reform, because informal education is more or less individualized and personalized. So we have to reform ourselves, whether or not to learn from this particular information, or reject the idea of this particular information. So we are going to have a continuous assessment of ourselves every day. Okay? So I think that's all the presentation that I have. So I believe on my last here is I believe that experiences is the best way of learning, and it is mostly delivered and learned through experiential learning and offered by informal education. So thank you very much. So I'm sorry if I have extended my time. So I am really a bit hurry in talking because I am thinking for the next speaker. Thank you very much for having us here in this very quality academic forum. I hope you learn from me, and if you have any question, you can just email, or further information about the topic, you can send email to me, and I am very glad to share my knowledge to to each one of you. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Valdez. There's very so much information we gained today from Professor Valdez's presentation. Again, we are facing a very marvelous challenges during the pandemic, and also the using of technology as well. So we are. Thank you very much again, Professor Valdez. We will going directly to the third speaker. Our third speaker, we have here Maruff Akinwale Oladejo, Ph.D. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
Mr. Oladejo.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, let me see if my screen is being shared right now. Can you see my screen?
Yes,
okay.
Already.
Okay, let me make it from the beginning. Okay, is it full right now?
Yes, it's full screen at the moment.
Oh, okay,
Thank
you.
Professor Oladejo. Okay, you can start the presentation. The time is yours, please.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Moderator. While standing on the existing protocol, I'd like to begin by thanking the organizers of this very important conference. Most importantly, Dr. Sriwe Yuni, who nominated me as one of the keynote speakers. And I also thank my fellow compatriots who have woken up for more than 4 hours. It really shows the level of, the extent of value that we attach to education and the academic ritual like this. Be that as it may, at an occasion like this, I usually like to showcase the institution that I am working for, and the University of Lagos. University of Lagos is popularly known as UNILAG, and it is a public research university in Lagos State. It is located in Lagos State, the former capital city of Nigeria. It was established in 1962, and currently it admits over 57,000 undergraduates. University of Lagos has built and is building a legacy of excellence and has been instrumental in the production of quality graduates and men and women that have contributed, to the growth and development of of Nigeria. University of Lagos is the only university that is accessible by road, by water, and of course by air. And it goes by the name, the first choice and the nation's pride. Currently, the 12th Vice Chancellor is Professor Oluwatoyin Timitayo Ogundipe. Coming to the presentation, the title of my presentation is Non-Formal Education and Third Mission in the Era of as well as
Okay, I believe there probably a technical problem due to the connection with Mr. Oladejo. Hopefully he will come back really soon. Well, this is very inevitable. Right, Dr. Oh, sorry, Mr. Oladejo, you already back on screen. Okay, the screen is here, but the Mr. Oladejo's video is not yet appear. Okay, this technical error is inevitable because we are using technology across nations, so that this error probably understandable. Okay. While we are waiting for Mr. Oladejo to be back on screen with us. Hello, I hear some voice here. From committee.
Question and answer.
Wait a moment. Okay. Mr. Oladejo is already on screen. Please do unmute your voice so we can hear now. Okay.
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 Can you hear me right now?
Yes, perfectly.
Yeah. Sorry, we can't rule out, this type of itches. So I hope you can see the screen right now. Now, I am on slide 4. Some of the challenges had been highlighted by second to the last speaker. And I want to quickly draw our attention to the issue of less attention from the government in terms of funding, the recognition to non-formal education, and very low research activities in the subject area. But with Society 5.0 around the corner, what will be the fate of non-formal education regarding third mission activities in the face of the challenges that this form of education faces. This is the main thrust of my presentation. And I have 3 overarching questions that my presentation actually dwell on. Now, what do we mean by non-formal education? Of course, it has been variously defined as education that occurs outside the formal school system. And it goes by such other nomenclatures as community education, adult education, lifelong education, second chance education, and so on and so forth. It is the form of education that encompasses a wide range of educational initiatives in the community, ranging from home-based learning to government schemes and community initiatives. If we go on and on like that, we have various definitions that have been given to, non-formal education. Now, I also cited some notable definitions that have been given by international organizations. I have those definitions on the slide 6, the one given by UNESCO in 1984, the one given by ILO, International Labour Organization, in 2006, and TISDA in 2012. Now, how has non-formal education been administered, and what form of provision has it taken? In some countries, non-formal education has established departments within ministry, such as Ministry of Education in Mongolia, Ministry of Education and Culture in Indonesia. Then some countries, they assign responsibilities to other ministries, as we have in Malaysia, that assigned the responsibility of administering NFE to the Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development. But what happens in Nigeria, we also have the Department of Adult and Non-Formal Education, Ministry of Education. But that is not enough, because in Nigeria, our various first ladies, they carry out different activities. Then we have MAMSA, the then National Directorate of Employment. They also carry out various activities that have to do with, non-formal education provision. Now, when we, administration rather, when we talk of provision, it has also taken different forms. We take a look at it being in form of basic education in Latin America and the Caribbean, almost 36%. In Sub-Saharan Africa, it is almost 93%. In the Arab states, 84%. And it also takes the form of vocational and work-related education in Europe, in Nigeria, more of a basic adult and continued education. Now, the concept of the third mission, it actually started around 1892 by the OECD CRV think tank, when they came up with a number of innovative practices in a range of entrepreneurial universities like that of Warwick. But by the year 2010, the term has developed into the definition of a university that is designed to empower students and staff in order to do what? To demonstrate enterprise, innovation, creativity in teaching, research, and of course, engagement with business and society. Now, but when we look at third mission, we are very much familiar with the traditional missions. The first two, qualifying the human capital, which is teaching, then producing new knowledge, which is research. But what is that third mission? That third mission is talking about engaging with, universities now engaging with societal needs and market demands by linking their activities, with their socio-economic context. So we can rightly say that third mission, therefore, refers to an additional function of the universities in the context of knowledge society. I have two working definitions here. The one given by Tsunami in 2005, which defined third mission as encompasses a wide range of activities involving the generation, use, knowledge, and other university capabilities outside academic environments. Outside academic environment is hereby emphasized because we have already underscored the fact that non-formal education takes place outside formal university environment. Another definition was given by Montesinos in 2008. But my own take is that teaching, research, and entrepreneurship are three sides of the same knowledge triangle, but with strong partnership and cooperation with business as core function or core activity of universities. Now, Sommer and Benworth 2011 identified 4 major drivers that accounted for the emergence of the third mission. The reference is there because of time. I wouldn't want to really dwell on them, but the 4 drivers have been highlighted: the perpetual funding crisis of the endless frontier, the liberation and the commodification of scientific knowledge, the changing nature of knowledge production, and the competitiveness and the urgent imperative of usefulness of capital knowledge. We can consult the authors there, but I have a model, third mission model. We have first mission, second mission, and third mission. If we take a look at the first box on the third mission, we have human capital development, we have mobilities, then lifelong learning. And this lifelong learning is the same thing as non-formal education. So this one is just, this model is telling us that, there is a connection between third mission and lifelong learning. Now the concept of the emerging society 5.0. Societal development had undergone 4 main stages. Society 1.0, which is characterized by hunter and the gatherer. Society 2.0, basically agricultural. 3.0 is industrialized. And we are currently in society 4.0. We are more or less exiting society 4.0, which is dominated by what? By information. But the genesis of society 5.0 came from Japan's 5th Science and Technology Basic Plan of 2018, which sees that society as the future shape of society that Japan should target. But what does society 5.0 actually mean? It means a society that envisions a sustainable, inclusive socio-economic system powered by digital technologies, advanced digital technologies, such as big data analysis, artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, robotics, and so on and so forth. So it is simply known as SSS, super smart, society. Now, take a look at this diagram. The first one on the left-hand side shows how society has developed. We'll see that little or nothing is hardly known about 1.0. When we move on to 2.0, which is agricultural, then we move on to 3.0. In 3.0, we have light and heavy industry. As we advance to 4.0, we have automation and information. And we are now facing 5.0, which is characterized by what? Digital, transformation. Then take a look at the movement from 4.0 to 5.0, which we have on the right-hand side. But basically, 5.0, the most interesting characteristic of 5.0 is that everything will be done by what? By technology. If you look at, we could see human being there, a jumping like Dr. Sriwe Yuni, my friend in Indonesia. Now, all the circles there, all the words there, they end in what? Tech. You could see ed tech, agri tech, auto tech, ed tech, and everything, even food tech, symbolizing or indicating that everything we'll be doing when we get fully into Society 5.0 is going to be powered by, technology. Now, what is the connection between non-formal education and third mission? What is the connection? If we take a look at Tsunami 2005 definition the other time, he went ahead to say that all third mission activities have 3 dimensions: technology transfer and innovation, that is 1. Continuing education and social engagement. And continuing education is more or less non-formal education. So from that submission, we could see that there is a connection between non-formal education and third mission, because third mission is talking about the activities, entrepreneurial activities of universities that need to be carried out outside the 4 main walls of the formal system. But a core element of the so-called third missions is what? Is continuing education. That is where the nexus exists between non-formal education and, third mission. What about non-formal education and Society 5.0? Is there any connection between these two? Of course, there is. And the connection will be inferred from the Council of Europe submission that formal educational systems alone cannot respond to the challenges of modern society. Modern society requires reinforcement by non-formal education practices. And thus, non-formal education needs to be a de facto partner in the lifelong process and accessible to all. Not only that, other scholars, Romy et al., Green et al., they also submitted that non-formal education, compared to formal education, is an effective alternative to link education and national development. Because non-formal education actually, focuses on the needs of real life. It encourages innovation, and Society 5.0 is talking about innovation in digital transformation, and it offers short-term, results and long, achievement. Now, non-formal education, third mission, and Society 5.0, because this is the main thrust of my presentation. We are trying to see how we can, promote non-formal education within the context of third mission activities of the universities, bearing in mind the emerging Society 5.0. I have 3 submissions here. The first one is open innovation. Open innovation in the sense that universities should now open research up to the public. They should now seek new ways of scientific innovation. Universities should now heighten international collaborations in research and teaching. And secondly, I also want to submit that there is the need for social inclusion if we want to properly place non-formal education within the context of third mission activities of the university, in view of the emerging Society 5.0. There's the need for social inclusion of non-traditional students, relevant skills building, and the enhancement of student employability, knowledge diffusion to all stakeholders, as well as a growing circle of collaboration in research, development, and development innovation activities. And thirdly, I suggest that for us to address non-formal education properly, we have to transit from formal to non-formal education by providing students with more freedom in terms of choosing course objectives and content, as well as activities and how much time is allocated to each. So it is in this regard that the promise of technological development is very, very vital. Thank you for your time. And I humbly welcome contributions and questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oladejo, for the perfect presentation. So, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, we have our two speakers delivering their presentations today. So I believe that we are now getting more information about how non-formal and informal education coping with the changes, and also due to the Society 5.0. So now I believe that you are all at home watching the screen at the moment, having so much questions on the head right now, so that I will open the discussion sessions or Q&A sessions that probably will take 3 questions at first. You can drop the questions at the chat sections below. And I believe I got the first questions here. This question is particularly for Professor Mitsuru. Okay, let me check the comment sections. Okay. So, Professor Mitsuru, have questions here in my hand. There are 2 questions for Professor Mitsuru from Aris Musnandar. The first one is, in what role Japan government involved on participation education? And the second question is, who afford financing in the such participation education? So probably Professor Mitsuru would like to give a reply.
Thank you. Thank you for nice question, but difficult for me at the same time. I think the influence of government, especially influence of liberal reform, neoliberal reform is great, big. One is to promote decentralization. Power is given from the state to the local government. And at the same time, from the local government to the citizen is the main route. But on the other hand, for financial reason, it was thought to reduce civil servant and spending money. The evaluation need to be viewed from 2 sides, negative and positive. And the second question, as I have said, starting point of Japanese social education system, especially Kominkan system, was start from 1949. The time when we can't afford it financially and socially. After Second World War, however, in this severe situation, the local residents, community residents, donate money, not big money, but little money. All student residents donate money for a Kominkan system. Currently, the local government bears the financial burden. Rather, the problem is the aging of population is progressing. As I have said, the number of bearers is decreasing. The big issue is how to continue to this system.
Okay, thank you. Professor Mitsuru. So, these Kominkan, how is it the young people going to involve in this Kominkan? Are they showing interest or not, Professor Mitsuru? As this is the old people or old generation is running the Kominkan at the moment, and how about the young generation?
Young generation, very little in local area, and at the same time, young peoples have to work during 24 hours. The rotation.
So that's very little participation from the younger generation in the Kominkan.
Yeah, they should be to continue to new generation, take part in new generation.
Right, so this is the biggest issue that facing the Kominkan at the moment then.
Yeah.
About the participation. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Professor Mitsuru.
Yeah, thank you.
So we are going to the second questions then. We have a lot of questions here I found. Okay, the second question is coming from E. Jam Sutisna. The questions is for Dr. Maruff. Can you explain non-formal education can make society in Nigeria will be good, especially for women, and how can implementation of the three-mission model to make non-formal education to be implementing nicely in society or making changes, I believe.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope you can still hear me very clearly.
Yes, no problem. You are
okay, thank you
clear.
very much.
Yes.
Like I rightly said, the way we non-formal education in Nigeria is being provided is in diverse ways. And I did mention that the first ladies, of course, when I meant the first lady, the governor's wives, as well as the wife of the president, they usually have what we call pet projects that usually target at different categories of people in the society. Some are basically targeting at the improvement or development of girl child, as well as women. And we have a policy statement in the, document in Nigeria's national policy on education. We have a section there that actually, makes a provision for the development of mass literacy, adult and non-formal education. But be that as it may, some of the strategies that I recommended in my presentation also go a long way in ensuring that non-formal education is actually practiced or situated within the third mission of the university. So if we in Nigeria want women education to be properly handled within the context of non-formal education, then universities should also extend their entrepreneurial activities to this category of people in the society, women in the society, such that their potentials will be properly exploited within the context of the provision of policy documents. So we have to move away from that formal to non-formal education system, such that girl child or women will be captured. Don't forget that in non-formal education, we have adult literacy. So when we now focus on women education, it will go a long way in properly situating them within the third mission activities of the university. And we should also not forget the fact that technology still has very long inputs to be made. So to a very large extent, women also have to be educated in technology utilization. Thank you. Madam Moderator. Hello.
Okay, sorry. I'm not yet unmuted. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Oladejo. I believe that non-formal education is playing a very big role in Africa and probably in Nigeria as well. Can you give some more example about what is particular program that's been running in Nigeria for women, like targeting? This is especially for getting women involvement in the education in Nigeria. Can you give like a brief or direct example of the program running with non-formal education there?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Moderator. First and foremost, I need to quickly emphasize the fact that in Nigeria, we place a premium on the education of a girl child. There are instances in which the proportion of admission is being streamlined to also favor a girl child, such that they will be more motivated to getting enrolled in the school. Now, talking about various programs, I will make reference to one of the earliest programs that the first so-called First Lady actually implemented. We call that one Better Life Program for rural women. Better Life Program for rural women. It focused on the development of women in rural areas. And that project actually formed the basis for the modern various programs that the First Ladies now embarked on. So in the department of, almost like my university, University of Lagos, we have the Department of Adult Education, and there are the different areas there, and one of which is focusing on women education. So there are quite different programs that have been put in place at various times by various First Ladies, by various non-governmental organizations, that are many, all in the name of promoting women education in the country. Thank you.
Okay, so in the other hand, how is the response from the women community in Nigeria responding to the program?
Yeah,
is it well accepted?
The response has been highly impressive. Impressive because statistics have shown that the literacy level among women has increased from 25% to close to 52% now, because every woman now sees education as a veritable tool, not only for national development, but also for personal, individual development. And because government has also put in place various motivational strategies, it has really made a lot of women to come back to school. All these adult literacy programs, I could remember one of the researches that were conducted by a senior colleague in the faculty, Dr. Blessing Anyikwa. She is into this community arrangement, trying to reawaken the interest of women in education. And this has really paid off, because the literacy level is on the increase. And government at the federal level is also putting every effort to ensure that women are properly encouraged. But that does not mean that we don't still have problems. Of course, the issue of funding is there. and the aspect of, okay, how do we really reach the poorest of the poor among the women? But the story has been encouraging anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very happy with the explanation from Dr. Maruff. Yeah, the development of women education really taking hands, especially in the non-formal education, taking part in really vital areas. And that. Thank you very much, Dr. Maruff. Okay, we have the third question. So I believe this is for Professor Anabelie Valdez. Okay, so the question here from, okay, I cannot really read the name properly because it's cut. So I just going directly to the questions. So the questions here actually is about the parents' role in education, responding to the children who is supposed to use technology for education.
Okay, so once again, good afternoon to each and everyone. So actually, that question is really a difficult one, because parents really play a great important role in dealing their children, particularly in terms of using the technology. And particularly if the parents are working, mother or working father. But I would like to emphasize five things that should, or that the parents should do in order to monitor or to express the rule of or the role in the education so as to help with their children. First is that parents should act as facilitator of learning to their children. So we all know the fact that we are not having a face-to-face education right now. And of course, we believe that many parents are doing the job, right? So if you agree, but based on my experience, many parents do the job of doing the educational work for their children instead of letting their children answer the assignments, answering the test. So I would like to emphasize that for parents to inculcate good values and good education to their children, they should act as facilitator of learning to their children. Second, parents should act as the monitoring system for their children who are doing the school activities in the house or in the home. In fact, because of the technological advancement that we have now, if we say that I cannot monitor because I have a work, I'm going to work with my office. So we have the monitoring system. We can use CCTV so that to monitor the activity of our children in home, if they are really doing their educational activities or not. Number three is that we have to, as parents, because I am also a parent myself, we have to set terms and regulation. Terms and regulation, how to use the technology wisely and when to use the technology. There should be a certain set of rules in the home from the parents, between the parents and the children, when they are going to use their mobile phones and other technology so that they cannot, let us say, overuse, wherein it can bring disadvantage to them. Because personally, I experience many children now are making excuses for their school activities that they're using the technology because they're going to do their work in school, but instead, without knowing with the parents, they are playing games online. So that is a very chaotic situation if will not be monitored. So that is number three. We have to set terms and regulation with our children when and how to use the technology wisely. Fourth is that we have to inculcate values to our children. Even though we are technologically advanced as of now, and our children is more technologically advanced than parents, but we should not forget that values education is very important. And values education should start from home, particularly from the parents. So inculcating the values to our children is very important so that they will become a model children to another and they will become a disciplined and law-abiding citizen. And with that, the last thing is that if these things are set out, then we can assure that we can build trust and confidence with our children and with our family as a whole. And later, we can build trust and confidence in the society as a whole. So I think that is the 5 major roles that the parents should do, despite of this technology is very let us say, having some overusing of technology with our children right now. So that's all I can say. I hope that I answered your question very well. Thank
Oh,
you.
yes. Thank you, Professor Valdez. So that it's actually, there is no right or wrong formula for parenting, right, Professor
Yeah,
Valdez? So it's the
yeah.
emphasis is on values then, what parents' values share and pass to the children. So yeah, that's part of it. We cannot really avoid technology at the moment, right? Thank you
Yeah.
very much. Okay, so I think I still can open for one more question. I will choose from the raise hand sections here. Okay, so we have, okay, Yuditya Putra from FFP. Okay, please. So you can make a brief introduction and telling your question is addressing to which speaker. Please do.
Okay, thank you. My sound is clear. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you, our kindness moderator, Ms. Ambara, for picking up. I'm an independent observer of non-formal education. Actually, I work at University Malang also. As an honor, I'm delighted to join with this academic seminar. Then I make a simple question to Dr. Maruff Oladejo from Nigeria. Some interesting and energetic presentation from you, sir. Well, I'm agree with you. I'm agree. Yes. You're most welcome. About Society 5.0, it was started by Japan. As we know, Indonesia will have some demographic bonus, and Japan has succeeded in the past at least latest 1990, if I'm not wrong. The question is, I want to hear your opinion about how to introducing NFE or non-formal education to the younger generation. As we know, they are more comfy or comfortable with the technology, and they're, I worried about this kind of thing. They don't have any social sensibilities. They have a lack of humanities, but because of technology, I think. Maybe it's my current issues right now, and I want to hear your opinion, how to introduce, how to make our generation more, have a higher sensibilities to the non-formal education, with the rural problems and etc. Well, thank you for your kind attention.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. You did. I'm sorry, I cannot really pronounce that.
You did, yeah.
Yes, from University Putra, Malaysia, right?
Malang, actually. I'm from
Indonesia.
Yes.
Oh, okay, no problem. Now, you see, I want to first throw your line of thought, and it is a known fact that the current the generation that the children that belong to the generation born between late 90s and early 2004 and thereabout, they are being regarded as Generation Z. Generation Z, in the sense that they were born into the world of technology, and everything they do is all about technology. They have already dissolved themselves into technology. Now, but talking about how to really, impress upon them to appreciate the issue of non-formal education. You see, in the part of the world where I am from, first and foremost, there is this controversy that, okay, I mean, in the name given to this Department of Adult Education, the younger ones, if you tell them that, okay, I want you to go and study adult education, they will feel somehow because they are having wrong conception that adult education is all about education given to adults. But if we look, take for instance, Universitas Negeri Malang, having the name of that department as Department of Non-Formal Education. That one sounds somehow. It sounds much better than being called Department of Adult Education. What I'm saying in essence is this. Calling it adult education, in the face of the younger ones, look somehow. But if there is a kind of transformation from being called adult education to lifelong learning, to non-formal education, it may reawaken the interest of the younger ones into this form of learning. But as long as we continue, I'm talking about in this part of the world anyway, as long as we continue to call it, to name it adult education, the interest of the younger ones will, will not be there. But calling it lifelong education, they may see it as that type of education that they can easily maneuver using their technology prowess, and that's what we are making. I mean, we are waking their interest into, non-formal education, because non-formal education, we have established, we have underscored the fact that it is also known as lifelong education. It encompasses lifelong education. So one way that I felt that the interest of the younger ones vis-a-vis the emerging society 5.0 that emphasizes the use of technology is to also see to the transformation of the world adult education to meet the modern global best practices, which is lifelong education or Department of Non-Formal Education. Thank you very much. I hope I've been able to really answer your question.
Well not, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Maruff. It's a very remarkable explanation. Right, so again, unfortunately, we have a very limited time, so that I have to close the discussion panel. Thank you very much for our speakers for very remarkable participations and presentations, and giving reply answers to the questions very well. And I believe all the participants here in the Zoom room at the moment in the conference will be very delightful and gaining more information more widely about global issues, global world related to non-formal and informal education, which keep changing, how we facing problematic situations, social changing, and also global pandemic as well, and how to merge all of it with innovations and also technology, of course, to the Society 5.0. Okay, and before I close the second session this afternoon, we still have one special session from the conference committee, which is to showing gratitude for all remarkable speakers to the first international conference on continuing education and technology. On the screen, you may see the e-certificate for each speaker. Thank you very much once again for Professor Dr. Ahmad Rasyad M.Pd from Universitas Negeri Malang, and then also thank you very much for Associate Professor Dr. Nur Wahiza Abdul Wahat, and then of course thank you very much for Professor Takahashi Mitsuru for participating as speaker, and thank you also for Professor Anabelie Valdez, Ph.D. from the Philippines, and also last but not least, Maruff Akinwale Oladejo, Ph.D. For the remarkable participation today from Nigeria. Thank you very much. I have to close our second sessions for this afternoon before the closing ceremony. Then stay healthy and don't forget to wear your mask if you have the activity outside, and take care. Good afternoon. I'll give the session back to the Master of Ceremony. Please do.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Rector Universitas Negeri Malang, Vice Deans, Head of Department, Secretary, Coordinator of Study Programs, and all officers in Universitas Negeri Malang, the Honorable all of the keynote speakers from several countries, and the Honorable, the lecturers, officer, the distinguished guests, and all the participants. We are conducting the International Conference on Continuing Education and Technology today, with the theme Strengthening Non-Formal and Informal Education in the Era of Society 5.0. The keynote speakers just presented many ideas about this method, which have become an inspiration for us to implement a good education, solve various educational problems, and develop a better education, especially related to the informal and non-formal education in the era Society 5.0 from several perspectives. In addition, in this conference, many articles have been sent to the committee, and the selected papers will be published in the International Conference proceeding indexed by Clarifits. The papers will be presented by authors this afternoon in the parallel sessions. It will also facilitate the authors, lecturers, students, instructors, facilitators, teachers, researchers, practitioners, are all who attention to education to express and share their ideas in the conference. We presenting Faculty of Education, Universitas Negeri Malang, appreciate all the audience and participants, especially the keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Rasyad from Universitas Negeri Malang, Professor Anabelie Valdez, Ph.D. from Mindanao State University, Philippines, Maruff Akinwale Oladejo, Ph.D. from University of Lagos, Negeri, Professor Takahashi Mitsuru from Miyagi study at the Open University of Japan, and Associate Professor Nur Wahiza Abdul Wahat from Universiti Putra, Malaysia, that support this conference optimally. We also appreciate the chairman of the events, the committee, and the crews, the official at Universitas Malang, especially from non-formal education departments, Faculty of Education, and all the rest that I cannot mention one by one, who highly participate in this conference. Well, we hope all of you very enjoy. We hope this conference is useful for all to implement and develop the education and improve the quality of education, especially informal and non-formal education, at environment of school, family, and the community. That's all our program for this time. Please give us apologize when we have mistakes. And thank you very much for your attentions. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Your camera. You would. Okay, ready? Okay. Okay, give. When I say smile, give your sweetest smile. Okay. Ready? Ready? Okay. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay. Next.
Yeah.
Okay, again.
Thank
Ready?
you.
1,
Yeah.
2, 3, smile. Okay, enough. Enough. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached conclusions of our conference. I would like to inform you the following matters.